we're getting ready to start. I think maybe 700 people said poems in their classes on yesterday and Monday too, right? That's pretty amazing. Anyway, so today I have a Master of Ceremonies. You might know him as Jeremy. I know him as Remy. Okay, here he is. And he'll announce the names. There's no particular order.
All right, so I'm announcing the names. So first up, we got Paige McIntosh. Woo!
Can I go now? Okay. Self-Help by Michael Ryan. What kind of delusion are you under? The life he hid just knocked you flat. You see the lightning, but not the thunder. What God hath joined, let no man put asunder. Did God know you'd marry a rat? What kind of delusion are you under? His online persona simply stunned her, as it did you when you started to chat. You see the lightning, but not the thunder. To the victors go the plunder. You should crown them with a baseball bat. What kind of delusion are you under? The kind that causes blunder after blunder. Is there any other kind than that? You see the lightning, but not the thunder. And for 1 second, the world's a wonder. Just keep it thrilling under your hat. What kind of delusion are you under? You see the lightning, but not the thunder. Thank you.
All right, that was great. So next up, oh. All right, guys, I'm ad-libbing right now. Oh, okay. So, everybody, we just got to remember to not make noise and let everybody say their poems because we all want to be here. You guys doing anything fun for Christmas? All right, so next up we have Alex Satkis. All right, guys, I'm back. So it turns out that Alex Satkis isn't here, so just go. But he might come later. So let's just move on. So next we have Seamus Dowling. Seamus.
Sonnet 15, when I consider that everything grows. When I consider that everything grows, holds in perfection but a little moment, that this huge stage present naught but shows. When I perceive that men as plants increase, cheered and checked even by the self-same sky, vaunt in their youthful sap at height decrease, wear their brave state out of memory, then the concept of this innocent stay sets you most rich in youth before my sight, where wasteful time to bathe with decay, to change your day of youth to solid night, and all in war with time of love of you, as he takes from you, I engraft you new.
All right, so next up we have Chris Harriman.
"300 Goats" by Niobe Shihab. Is water flowing in the tank? Will they huddle together, warm bodies pressing? Is it the year of the goat or the sheep? Scholars debating Chinese zodiac. Follower or leader? Oh, lead them to a warm corner. Another frigid night swooping down cuts the icy wind. Aren't you worried about them, I asked my friend, who lives by herself on a ranch of goats near the town of Ozana. No, not really. They know what to do. They're goats.
Everybody ready for more poetry? I know I am. We just gotta give it a brief moment here. Okay, so next up we have Emily Miller.
The Snowman by Wallace Stevens. One must have a mind of winter to regard the frost and the boughs of the pine trees crusted with snow, and have been cold a long time to behold the junipers shagged with ice, and the spruces in the distant glitter on the sun. Sorry, can I start again? Yes. Okay. The Snowman by Wallace Stevens. One must have a mind of winter to regard the frost and the boughs of the pine trees crusted with snow, and have been cold a long time to behold the junipers shagged with ice, the spruces in the distant glitter of the January sun, and not to think of any misery that is the sound of the wind, the sound of a few leaves, which is the sound of the land, full of the same wind that is blowing in the same bare place for the listener who listens, and nothing himself beholds, nothing that is not there, and the nothing that is.
All right, so in case you missed anything, you can catch this Poetry Out Loud again on Pentucket TV's YouTube channel. You got some pretty good stuff up there. All right, so next up we have Seamus O'Keefe.
The Idler by Alice Moore Dunbar Nelson. An idle lingerer on the wayside's road. He gathers up his work and yawns away. A little longer ere the tiresome load shall be reduced to ashes or to clay. No matter if the world has marched along and scorned his slowness as it quickly passed. No matter if amid the busy throng, he greets some face, infantile at the last. His mission? Well, there is but one, and if it is a mission, he knows it, nay. To be a happy idler, to lounge in sun, and dreaming past the long-drawn days away. So dreams he on, his happy life to pass, content without ambition's painful sighs, until the sands run down into the glass, he smiles, content, unmoved, and dies. And yet, with all the pity that you feel for this poor mothling of that flame, the world, are you the better for your desperate deal when you, like him, into infinitude are hurled?
Okay, so apparently there wasn't enough entertainment here, so I got a couple jokes for you. All right, the first one. What do you call a cow with two legs? Come on, let's get some suggestions. I'm sorry, what was that? What do you call a cow with two legs?
Cow with 2 legs.
Yeah, a cow with two legs.
A cow with 2 legs.
Yeah. No, lean beef. Okay. Well, guys, I didn't think it was that funny. All right, yeah, everybody, we need to go now. I want to get out of here. All right. Jackie Kuzinski.
We good? Good? Okay. All right. American Smooth by Rita Dove. We were dancing. Must have been a foxtrot or a waltz. Something romantic, but requiring restraint. Rise and fall, precise execution as we moved into the next song without stopping. 2 chests heaving above a 7-league stride. Such perfect agony one learns to smile through. Ecstatic mimicry being the sine qua non of American Smooth. And because I was distracted by the effort of keeping my frame, the leftward leaned, head turned just enough to gaze out past your ear, and always smiling, smiling. I didn't notice how still you'd become until we had done it. For 2 measures, 4, achieved flight, that swift and serene magnificence. For the earth remembered who we were and brought us down.
All right. So we got more where that came from. And it's certainly not from me, that's for sure. Okay, so the next joke. Everybody ready for it? Okay. What do you call a cow with no legs? Oh. Woo! Ground beef. Okay, so next up we have Christina Belaya.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to, this happens all the time. Okay. One Art by Elizabeth Bishop. The art of losing isn't hard to master. So many things seem filled with the intent to be lost that their loss is no disaster. Lose something every day. Accept the fluster of lost door keys, the hour badly spent. The art of losing isn't hard to master. Then practice losing farther, losing faster, names and places and where it was you meant to travel. None of these will bring disaster. I lost my mother's watch. And look, my last or next to last of 3 loved houses went. The art of losing isn't hard to master. I lost 2 cities, lovely ones, and vaster, some realms I owned, 2 rivers, a continent. I missed them, but it wasn't a disaster. Even losing you, the joking voice, a gesture I love, I shan't have lied. It's evident the art of losing's not too hard to master, though it may look like, write it, like disaster.
All right. I wish I had more where that came from. I'm just not that original. Do I got any more jokes? Nope. No more jokes. Oh, they're ready. All right. Next up, we have Olivia Colby.
Father, by Edgar Albert Guest. My father knows the proper way the nation should be run. He tells us children every day just what should now be done. He knows the way to fix the trusts. He has a simple plan. But if the furnace needs repairs, we have to hire a man. My father, in a day or 2, could land big thieves in jail. There's nothing that he cannot do. He knows no word like fail. Our confidence he would restore. Of that there is no doubt. But if there is a chair to mend, we have to send it out. All public questions that arise, he settles on the spot. He waits not till the tumult dies, but grabs it while it's hot. In matters of finance, he can tell Congress what to do. But oh, he finds it hard to meet his bills as they fall due. It almost makes him sick to read the things lawmakers say. Why, father's just the man they need. He never goes astray. All wars he'd very quickly end, as fast as I can write it. But when a neighbor starts a fuss, 'tis mother has to fight it. In conversation, father can do many wondrous things. He's built upon a wiser plan than presidents or kings. He knows the ins and outs of each and every deep transaction. We look to him for theories, but look to Ma for action. Thank you.
How many apples grow on trees? I'll wait. All right, well, never mind. Why didn't the skeleton go trick-or-treating? It's all right, I'll wait. Can't even hear that one. Because it had no body to go with. Oh, oops, did I say it wrong? All right. Next up, we have Paige Du Bois.
September 1918 by Amy Lowell. This afternoon was the color of water falling through sunlight. The trees glittered with the tumbling of leaves. The sidewalk shone like alleys of dropped maple leaves, and the houses ran along them, laughing out of square open windows. Under a tree in the park, 2 little boys, lying flat in their faces, were carefully gathering red berries to put in a pasteboard box. Someday, there will be no war. Then I shall take out this afternoon and turn it in my fingers, and remark the sweet taste of it upon my palate, and note the crisp variety of its flight of leaves. Today, I can only gather it and put it into my lunchbox, for I have time for nothing but the endeavor to balance myself upon a broken world.
All right, guys, we got some more jokes. Are you guys ready for this? I came up with this one by myself. Why do cows have only hoofs and not feet? I said, why do cows have only hoofs and not feet? I'll wait. Because they are lactose. I said that one wrong. What? Oh, because they lactose. All right, Tanisha Morales.
And and Soul by Evan Bowman. My mother died one summer, the wettest in the records of the state. Crops rotted in the west, tablecloths dissolved in back gardens, empty deck chairs collected rain. As I took my way to her through traffic, through lilacs dripping blackly, behind houses and on curbsides to pay her the last tribute of a daughter, I thought of something I heard once, that the body is or is said to be almost all water. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, guys, we've got a grand finale here. One big finisher that you're gonna probably go home and tell your parents about. Is that good? All right, you guys ready for this one? What do you call a cow jumping over a barbed wire fence? Utter destruction. Thank you.
I feel good. I feel great, actually. Wait, what is it? I know. Wait. Okay. Keeping Things Whole by Mark Strand. In a field, I am the absence of field. This is always the case. Wherever I am what is missing. When I walk, I part the air, and always the air moves to fill the spaces where my body's been. We all have reasons for moving. I move to keep things whole.
All right, guys. Okay, so guys, we have a very special guest who is very, very special guest. His name is John Kelleher. But first, wait, before we introduce John Kelleher, I think it's right for us to do one more cow joke. What did the mama cow say to the baby cow? It's past your bedtime. All right, John, it's all you, baby.
Hello, I will be reciting Sicko Mode by Travis Scott. Not looking at my phone, but oh. All right, I got this. The sun is down, freezing cold. That's how you already know. Winter's here. My dog, he would probably do it for a Louis belt. That's just all he knows. He don't know nothing else. Young LaFlame, he has sicko mode.
All right. I apologize for that interruption. No, I'm just kidding. It was great. All right. Thank you very much for being here. It was a pleasure. Oh, and join us tomorrow, 5th period, for the finals.
We have a lot of students to recite today. So if you guys in the back, all over there, I'm sorry you got to stand, but we got to be still too, and we got to be quiet. So here are our MCs for second period.
So Tyler's going to be recording the whole thing, so if you want to look at the camera, you can. And first up is Anna English. First up is Ella Moradian.
Since There Is No Escape by Sarah Teasdale. Since there is no escape, since at the end my body will be utterly destroyed, this hand I've loved as I've loved a friend, this body I've tended, wept with, and enjoyed. Since there is no escape, even for me, who love life with a love too sharp to bear, the scent of orchards and the rain, the sea, and hours alone too still and sure for prayer. Since darkness waits for me, then all the more let me go down as the waves sweep to the shore in pride, and let me sing with my last breath. In these few hours of light, I lift my head. Life is my lover. I shall leave the dead, if there is any way to baffle death. Thank you.
I'm going to be in the middle of the first one.
All right, hi guys, me again. Next up, we have Anna English, but first, let's practice snapping, because we're gonna snap instead of clap, because like poetry. Cool? Cool, okay. So next up, we have Anna English.
The Ocean by Nathaniel Hawthorne. The ocean has its silent caves, deep, quiet, and alone. Though there be fury on the waves, beneath them there is none. The awful spirits of the deep hold their communion there, and there are those for whom we weep, the young, the bright, the fair. Calmly the weary seamen rest beneath their own blue sea. The ocean's solitudes are blessed, for there is purity. The earth, calmly the weary seamen, wait, I forget it. Yeah, that's it.
So next up, we have Ethan Pasco, and just a reminder to be quiet in the house at all times, please.
Okay. Buffalo Bills by E.E. Cummings. Buffalo Bills defunct, who used to ride a water-smooth silver stallion and break 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pins just like that. Jesus, he was a handsome man, and what I want to know is, how do you like your blue-eyed boy, Mr. Death?
Okay, next up we have Henry Senesi. Definitely messed that up, I'm sorry. Quiet in the House.
Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening by Robert Frost. Whose woods these are, I think I know. His house is in the village, though. He will not see me stopping here to watch his woods fill up with snow. My little horse might think it queer to stop without a farmhouse near. Between the woods and frozen lake, the darkest evening of the year. He gives his harness bells a shake, as if to ask if there is some mistake. The only other sound's the sweep of easy wind and downy flake. These woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. Thank you.
Next up, we have Cash Kingstadt.
The Ocean by Nathaniel Hawthorne. The ocean has its silent caves, deep, quiet, and alone. Though there be fury on the waves, beneath them there is none. The awful spirits of the deep hold their communion there. There are those for whom we weep, the young, the bright, the fair. Calmly the wearied seamen rest beneath their own blue sea. The ocean's solitudes are blessed, for there is purity. The earth has guilt, the earth has care, unquiet are its graves, but peaceful sleep is ever there beneath the dark blue waves. Thank you.
Next up, we have Richie Hardy.
The Mower by Philip Larkin. The mower stalled twice. Kneeling, I found a hedgehog jammed up against the blades, killed. It had been in the long grass. I had seen it before, even fed it once. Now I had mauled its unobtrusive world unmendably. Burial was no help. Next morning I got up and it did not. The day after a death, the new absence is always the same. We should be careful of each other. We should be kind while there is still time. Thank you.
Next up, we have Eric Normandy.
Light Shining Out of Darkness by William Cowper. God moves in a mysterious way, his wonders to perform. He plants his footsteps in the sea and rides upon the storm, deep in unfathomable minds of never-falling skill. He treasures up his bright design and works his sovereign will. Ye fearful saints, fresh courage take. The clouds ye so much dread are big with mercy and shall break in blessings on your head. Trust not the Lord by feeble sense, but trust him for his grace, because behind of that frowning providence he hides a smiling face. His purposes will ripen fast, unfolding every hour. The bud may have a bitter taste, but sweet will be the flower. Blind unbelief is sure to err, and scan his work in vain. God is his own interpreter, and he will make it plain. Thank you.
Next up, we have Brandon Berube.
Not a Horse by Natalie Shapiro. What I adore is not horses, with their modern domestic lifespan of 25 years. What I adore is a bug that lives only one day, especially if it is a terrible day. A day of train derailment, a chemical leak, a cop admits a cover-up. A day where no one thinks of anything else, least of all, that bug. I know how it feels, born as I've been into these rotting times, as into sin. Everybody's busy, so distraught they forgot to kill me. And even that won't keep me alive. I share my home not with horses, but with a little dog who sees poorly at dusk and whose menaces stumps make her muscles known to every statue. I wish she could have a single day of language so that I could reassure her, don't be afraid. Our whole world is dead, and so can do you no harm. Thank you.
Next up, we have Colby Cameron. Next up, we have Nick Bogart.
After the Winter by Claude McKay. Someday, when trees have shed their leaves, and against morning's white, The shivering birds beneath the eave have sheltered for the night. We'll turn our faces southward, love toward the summer isle, where bamboos spire the shafted grove and wide-mouthed orchids smile. And we'll seek the quiet hill, where towers cotton tree, and leaps the laughing crystal rill, and works the droning bay. And we'll build a cottage there, beside an open glade, with black-ribbed bluebells blowing near, and ferns that never fade.
Next, we have Brian Inger.
Caged Bird by Maya Angelou. A free bird leaps on the back of the wind and floats downstream till the current ends, and dips his wing in the orange sun rays and dares to claim the sky. But a bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through his bars of rage. Yeah. Caged Bird by Maya Angelou. A free bird leaps on the back of the wind and floats downstream till the current ends, and dips his wing in the orange sun rays and dares to claim the sky. But a bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through his bars of rage. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, and he dares to claim the sky. The caged bird sings with a fearful trill of things unknown but longed for still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of another breeze, and the trade wind soft through the sighing trees, and the fat worms waiting on a dawn-bright lawn, and names the sky his own. But a caged bird stands on the grave of dreams, his shadow shouts on a nightmare scream. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, and names the sky his own. The caged bird sings with a fearful trill of things unknown but longed for still, and his tune is heard on a distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom.
Next up, we have James Valerie.
Sea Fever by John Masefield. I must go down to the seas again, to the lonely sea and sky, and all I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her by. And the wheels kick, and the wind's song, and the white sails shaking, and the gray mist on the sea's face, and the gray dawn breaking. I must go down to the seas again, to the call of the running tide, and is a wild call and a clear call that may not be denied. And all I ask is a windy day, and the white clouds flying, and the flung spray, and the blown spume, and the seagulls crying. I must go down to the seas again, to the vagrant gypsy life. And to the gull's way and the whale's way, where the wind's like a whetted knife. And all I ask is a merry yarn by a laughing fellow rover, and a quiet sleep in a sweet dream when the long trick's over.
Next up, we have Jocelyn Alcantara.
I Close My Eyes by David Ignatow. Oh my God, I forgot it. Yeah, I did. I close my eyes like a good little boy at night in bed, as I was told to do by my mother when she lived. And before bed, I brush my teeth and slip on my pajamas. Yeah, I can.
Party in the cut.
And finally, we have Jet Haraslack.
And If I Did, What Then? By George Casquion. And if I did, what then? Are you aggrieved, therefore? The sea hath fish for every man, and what would you have more? Thus did my mistress once amaze my mind with doubt, and popped a question for the nonce to beat my brains about. And so I thus replied, for every man can wish that all the seas at every tide were his alone to fish. And so did I in vain, but since it may not be, let such fish thereas find the gain, and leave the loss for me. And with such luck and loss, I will content myself, till tides of turning time may toss such fishers on the shelf. And when they stick on sands that every man may see, then will I laugh and clap my hands as they do now at me. Thank you.
fine when you pulled me down. You said the stars would answer. You said our prayers were written down. I was fine when you pulled me in. We were forced to be human, and then the world came after, and I had never questioned it. And they said it was wrong.
Period. Hey, listen, almost 700 people in this building said poems yesterday in their English class. That's pretty amazing. Yeah. So today we've got 14 for third period, and our winners will move on to the next show. So I've got Jill here to announce the students.
Okay, so first we have Joe Lynch. And everyone, please stay quiet. Thank you. And only snap, no clapping, please. Thank you. Jesus Christ. All right.
300 goats, Naomi Shihab Nye. In icy fields, is water flowing in the tank? Will they huddle together? Warm bodies pressing? Is the ear of the goat or the sheep? Scholars debating Chinese zodiac, follower or leader. Oh, lead them to a warm corner, little ones toward bulkier bodies. Lead them to the brush which cuts the icy wind. Aren't you worried about them? I asked my friend who lives by herself on the ranch of goats, far from here, near the town of Azona. She shrugs, not really. They know what to do. They're goats.
Okay, so next we have Sophie Blake. Everyone, please stay quiet. Thank you.
Their Story by Stuart Dybek. They were nearing the end of their story. The fire was dying, like the fire in the story. Each page turned was torn and fed to flames, until word by word the book burned down to an unmade bed of ash. Oh, an orchard of wooden spoons, wet kindlings from an orchard of wooden spoons, snow stewing, same old wind on the gramophone, same old wounds. Turn up the blue dial under the kettle until darkness boils from flames and mirrors defrost from the quick, before fogging with steam and dreams rattle their armor of stovepipes and ladles. Boots in the corner kick in their sleep. A jacket hangs from a question mark.
Next, we have Megan O'Keefe. Please stay quiet, everyone.
A Locked House, W.D. Snodgrass. As we drove back, crossing the hill, the house still hidden in the trees, I always thought, a fool's fear, that it might have caught fire. Someone could have broken in, as if things must have been too good here. Still, we always found it locked tight, safe and sound. I mentioned that once, as a joke. No doubt we spoke of the absurdity to fear some dour god's jealousy of our good fortune. From the farm next door, our neighbors saw no harm came to the things we cared for here. What did we have to fear? Maybe I should have thought, all such things rot, fall. Barns, houses, furniture. We too are stronger than we were apart. We've grown together. Everything we own can burn. We know what counts. Some such idea we said as much. We'd watch friends driven to betray, felt that love drained away some self they need. We'd said love like a growth can feed on hate we turn in disguise. We warned ourselves that you might despise me. Hate all we both loved best. None of us ever guessed. The house still stands, locked as it stood, untouched a good 2 years after you went. Some things passed in the settlement. Some things slipped away. Enough's left that we come back sometimes. The theft and vandalism were our own. Maybe we should have known.
Next up, we have Ben Bolio.
Corn Maze, David Barber. Here is where you can get nowhere faster than ever. As you go under deeper and deeper in the fertile souther of another acre, like any other you can't peer over, and then another. And everywhere you veer a hair, there you are, farther and farther afield than before. But on you blunder in the verdant meander, as if the answer to looking for cover were to bewilder. Your inner minotaur, and near and far, were neither here nor there, and where you are is where you were.
Next, we have Tyler Knox.
"300 Goats" by Naomi Shihab Nye. In icy fields is water flowing in the tank. Will they huddle together, warm bodies pressing? Is the ear the goat or the sheep? Scholars debating Chinese zodiac, follower or leader. Oh, lead them to a warm corner. Lead them to the brush which cuts the icy wind. Little ones toward bulkier bodies. Another frigid night swooping down. Aren't you worried about them? I ask my friend, who lives by herself on the ranch of goats. Far from here, near the town of Arizona. She shrugs. Not really. They know what to do. They're goats.
Everyone, you can watch this live in a live feed on the school's YouTube channel. Next, we have Owen Raftery.
Jaguar, Francisco X. Alarcon. Some say I'm now almost extinct in this park. But the people who say this don't know that by smelling the orchids in the trees, they're sensing the fragrance of my chops. That by hearing the rumbling of the waterfalls, they're listening to my ancestors' great roar. That by observing the constellations of the night sky, they're gazing at the star spots on my fur. That I am and always will be the wild, untamed living spirit of this jungle.
Up next, we have Lena Mickelson. Next, we have Adam Payne.
"300 Goats" by Nahami Shihib Nye. In icy fields, is water flowing in the tank? Will they huddle together, warm bodies pressing? Is it the year of the sheep or the goat? Chinese scholars debating Chinese zodiac. Follower or leader? Oh, lead them to a warm corner, littler ones towards bulkier bodies. Oh, lead them to the brush, which cuts the icy winds. Another frigid night swooping down. Aren't you worried about them? I ask my friend, who lives by herself on the ranch of the goats, far from here near the town of Orzona. She shrugs. Not really. They know what to do. They're goats.
Next, we have Troy Bachman.
I Hear America Singing by Walt Whitman. I hear America singing the varied carols I hear, those of the mechanics, singing theirs as it should be, blithe and strong. The carpenter singing his as he measures his plank or beam. The mason singing as he leaves for work or leaves off work. The boatman singing what belongs to him, and the deckhand singing on the steamboat deck. The shoemaker singing his as he sits on his bench, or the hatter singing his as he stands. The woodcutter singing his, the plowboy's tune, as he leaves for work in the morning, at noon intermission, or at night. The delicious singing of the mother, the young wife at work, or the girls sewing or washing, both singing what belongs to them and to none else. The day, what belongs at the day, the night, a party of young, robust fellows, all singing their strong, melodious songs.
Up next, we have Abby Stearns.
The Obligation to be Happy by Linda Paston. It is more onerous than the rights of beauty or housework, harder than love. But you expect it of me casually, the way you expect the sun to come up, not in spite of rain or clouds, but because of them. So I smile, as if my own fidelity to sadness were a hidden vice. That downward tug on my mouth, my old suspicion that health and love were brief irrelevances. No more laughter in the warm dark strangled at dawn. Happiness. I hoist it on my narrow shoulders again, a knapsack full of heavy gold coins. I stumble around the house and bump into things. Only Midas himself would understand.
Next, we have Ethan Davey. Everyone, please stay quiet.
The Loaf by Paul Muldoon. When I put my finger to the wall they've cut for a dimmer switch, and a wall of plaster stiffened with horsehair, it seems I've scratched a 200-year-old itch with a pink and a pink and a pinky pick. When I put my nose to the hole, I smell the floodplain of the canal after a hurricane, all the way from the Raritan to the Delaware, with a stink and a stink and a stinky stick. When I put my ear to the hole, I'm suddenly aware of spades and shovels turning up the gain, all the way from the Raritan to the Delaware, with a clink and a clink and a clinky click. When I put my eye to the hole, I see one holding horse dung to the rain, with hope, indeed, of washing out a few whole ears of grain. And when I do at last succeed in putting my mouth to the hole, to the horsehair fringed niche, I taste a small loaf of bread they've baked from the whole seed, with a link and a link and a linky lick.
And lastly, we have Joe Stewart.
Keys to the Dollar Store by Al Young.
Just tell me, who the hell am I? What powers do I hold? What right do I have to say my or mine or me? I'm sorry.
Okay, so is there anybody else who would like to say their poem? Just for fun.
Just tell me, Who the hell am I? What powers do I hold? What right do I have to say my or mine or me? What? Oh, I know, I'm just nervous, sorry. All honey glazed and bulletproofed, worship of any gangster, I. The keys to the dollar store hang from my belt. No, I can't do this. I'm sorry.
So I thought I'd give them a shout out. They're probably really excited right now. Okay. Hello. I'm not in this period, but I came here because we're live streaming it, so they wanted me to do my poem that I did in English yesterday. I didn't make it to this round, but I thought I'd share it with you guys. So this is for my biology class. I know they're watching right now. All right, so what was my poem? Ars Poetica by Archibald MacLeish. I have to remember how this starts, though. Oh, okay, I got it. All right, here we go. Wait. Hold on, I know it. Oh, I got it. Okay. A poem should be palpable and mute as a globed fruit. Dumb as old medallions to the thumb. Silent as the sleeve-worn stone of casement ledges where the moss has grown. A poem should be wordless as the flight of birds. A poem should be motionless in time as the moon climbs. Leaving as the moon releases. Twig by twig, the night entangled trees, leaving as the moon behind winter leaves. Memory by memory, the mind. A poem should be motionless in time. A poem should be equal to, not true. For all the history of grief, an empty doorway and a maple leaf. As close as I can get to a leaf. For love, the leaning grasses and two lights above the sea. A poem should not mean, but be. All right, thanks. I'm going back.
That concludes Poetry Out Loud for third period. Thank you very much.
changes.
Quiet in the house. I love saying that, it's so fun. All right, hello, welcome everyone to the Period 4 Poetry Out Loud competition. We have, I think it's 10 or 11 speakers this period, so I remind you to please be quiet, and we are snapping, not clapping. So first up, we have Annika Ellis. All right, before Annika goes, I have one more thing. Sorry, Annika. We want everyone to be tweeting hashtag POL19, and we'll read a couple in between the poems. So in between poems, you can tweet something, but during the poems, please be watching. And it's also live streaming right now, so let your friends know for other periods. All right, Annika.
A little shorter than Jack. Okay. Quite Frankly, by Mark Halliday. They got old. They got old and died. But first they composed plangent depictions of how much they lost and how much cared about losing. Meantime, their hair got thin and more thin as their shoulders went slumpy. Okay, but not before the photo albums got arranged by them. Arranged with a niftiness, not just 2 or 3, but 18 photo albums. Yes, 18 eventually. 18 albums proving the beauty of them, and not someone else, them, and their relations and friends, incontrovertible. Playing croquet in that Bloomington yard, floating on those comic inflatables at Dow Lake, giggling at the Dairy Queen, waltzing at the wedding, building a Lego palace on the porch, holding the baby beside the rental truck, leaning on the Hemingway statue at Pamplona, discussing the eternity of art in that Sardinian restaurant. Yes, and so, quite frankly, at the end of the day, they got old and died. Okay, sure, but quite frankly, how much does that matter in view of the 18 photo albums? Big ones, 13 inches by 12 inches, each full of such undeniable beauty.
Alrighty, quiet in the house. All right. So next up, we have Audrey Thronson.
What the Oracle Said by Shara McCallum. You will leave your home. Nothing will hold you. You will wear dresses of gold, skins of silver, copper, and bronze. The sky above you will shift in meaning each time you think you understand. You will spend a lifetime chipping away layers of flesh. The shadow of your scales will always remain. You will be marked by sulfur and salt. You will bathe endlessly in clear streams and fail to rid yourself of that scent. Your feet will never be your own. Stone will be your path.
Storms will follow in your wake, destroying all those who take you in. You will desert your children, kill your lovers, and devour their flesh. You will love no one but the wind and ache of your bones. Neither will love you in return. With age, your hair will grow matted and dull. Your skin will gape and hang in long folds. Your eyes will cease to shine. But nothing will be enough. The sea will never take you back.
Quiet in the house. Shh. Next up, we have Liz Sutton.
Domestic Situation by Ernest Hilbert. Maybe you've heard of this, maybe not. A man came home and chucked his girlfriend's cat in the wood chipper. This really happened. Dinner wasn't ready on time. A lot of other little things went wrong. He spat on her father, who came out when he learned about it. He also broke her pinky, stole her checks, and got her sister pregnant. But she stood by him, stood strong through it all, because she loved him. She loved him, you see, she actually said that. And then she went and married him. She felt some unique call. Don't try to understand what another person means by love. Don't even bother.
So I'd like to remind you that we have the hashtag out there, and I'm really just wanting to read maybe one or two, but we don't have any yet, so. Okay, thanks, Anna. All right, so great job. We're on to our fourth speaker, which is poet, or I don't know, speaker, Lauren Kelly.
Jack, you're so tall. Sleeping Sister of a Farther Sky by Karen Volkman. Sleeping sister of a farther sky, dropped from zenith like a tender tone, the lucid apex of a scale unknown, whose whitest whisper is an opaque cry of measureless frequency. The spectral sigh you breath, bright hydrogen and brighter zone of fissured carbon, consummated moan and ceaseless rapture of a brilliant why? Will nothing wake you from your livid rest? Essence of ether and astral stone, the stunned polarities your substance weaves in one bright making, like a dream of leaves in the tree's mind, summered, or as a brooding bone roots constellations in the body's nest.
We have two. So our first two. At Jasmine J _607 complimented me for looking great up here. So that was nice. And then we have at Kevin Inger _ says, "This is spectacular. My goodness, all the contestants are so incredible." So we'd like to encourage these to keep coming. Ben Bolio's, I have not seen his yet. Right now I haven't seen it yet. Oh, well, this is just taking a second to load. So we'll see next round, or next person. Next up, Aiden McCarty.
He was a big man, says the size of his shoes on a pile of broken dishes by the house. A tall man, too, says the length of the bed in an upstairs room. And a good, God-fearing man, says the Bible with a broken back on the floor below the window, dusty with sun. But not a man for farming, say the fields cluttered with boulders and the leaky barn. A woman lived with him, says the bedroom wall papered with lilacs and the kitchen shelves covered with oilcloth. And they had a child, says the sandbox made from a tractor tire. Money was scarce, say the jars of plum preserves and canned tomatoes sealed in the cellar hole. And the winter's cold, say the rags in the window frames. It was lonely here, says the narrow country road. Something went wrong, says the empty house in the weed-choked yard. Stones in the field say he was not a farmer. The steel-sealed jars in the cellar say she left in a nervous haste. And the child? Its toys are strewn in the yard like branches after a storm. A rubber cow, a rusty tractor with a broken plow, doll in overalls. Something went wrong, they say.
We have another two. So at Pentucket TV says, get your tweet on our live stream using hashtag POL19. So when we're watching that's not in here, you can read your tweets. And then at Nick D said, hashtag POL19. Incredible talent here at Pentucket. Cromwell period 4 off to a good start. Very true, very true. All right, so that's, we're about halfway through now, and now we're gonna have Joe McCandless.
This is going to be a failure. Too late. I Eat Breakfast to Begin My Day by Zubair Ahmed. I create time. I cannot create time. I'm frozen in place. I cannot be frozen. I'm moving, but don't notice I notice me moving. I pay attention to the small, yet immense, yet small movements that guide my limbs, my hair growth, my joint oils. I don't think about it. I don't feel it either. I don't have emotions right now. I see films of divine quality. I don't see any films. This black, this not black, to me I am. I am not, to me not. I walk with this hollowness. I walk with this blooming, outward, eternally inward. I create all objects like cats and shampoos. I create nothing like space and antimatter. I resign to the clocks that keep the time. I surrender to the clocks that don't keep time. Oh, the loops and unloops. Destiny unfolds at my knees. I eat breakfast to begin the day.
We have another two. Which one? Oh, actually, we have three. So we have one from at Flaherty_Gus says, Timmy B, step up and recite. Hashtag POL19. At Luke_Cole_12 says, Jack Cloyce has a stallion up there. Thanks, I really love these compliments. Oh, this one just turned off, but it was at Real Ben Bolio asking for a school-wide band on the poem 300 Goats. So, those are those three. All right, up next we have Tony Sophia.
This is Happiness by Jane Kenyon. There's just no accounting for happiness, or the way it turns up like a prodigal, who comes back to the dust at your feet, having squandered a fortune far away. And how can you not forgive? You make a feast in honor of what was lost, and take from its place the finest garment, which you saved for an occasion you could not imagine. And you weep night and day to know that you were not abandoned, that happiness saved its most extreme form for you alone. No. Happiness is the uncle you never knew about, who flies a single-engine plane onto the grassy landing strip, hitchhikes into town, and inquires at every door until he finds you asleep mid-afternoon, as you so often are during the unmerciful hours of your despair. It comes to the monk in his cell, to the woman sweeping the street with a birch broom, to the child whose mother has passed out from drink. It comes to the lover, to the dog chewing a sock, to the pusher, to the basket maker, and to the clerk stacking cans of carrots in the night. It even comes to the boulder in the perpetual shade of pine barrens, to rain falling on the open sea, to the wine glass, weary of holding wine.
Another two. All right, one person said, hashtag POL19, roses are red, violets are blue. I'm voting for Joe, and you should too. At Pentucket High School tweeted, Joe McCandless, you are amazing, in all caps with 10 exclamation points. Oh wait, who's next? Next up, we have Anna Grace Polcari. Wait. Oh, Hannah Grinnell.
Yeah, okay, I think that's good. Okay, this is Dream Song, 1 minute. Dream Song 14 by John Berryman. Life, friends, is boring. We must not say so. After all, the sky flashes, the great sea yearns, we ourselves flash and yearn. And moreover, my mother told me as a boy, repeatedly, ever to confess you're bored means you have no inner resources. I conclude now I have no inner resources. Because I am heavy bored. Peoples bore me, literature bores me, especially great literature. Henry bores me with his plights and gripes, as bad as Achilles, who loves people and valiant art, which bores me. And the tranquil hills and gin look like a drag. And somehow a dog has taken itself and its tail considerably away into mountains or sea or sky, leaving behind me, wag.
We have one more tweet. This one's also from @JasmineJ_067. Hashtag POL19. Anna Grace, get up there and show them what you got. All right, so that's what we have for this one so far. Next up, we have Venetti Stamateus. Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, should I start? All right. I did Buffalo Bills by E.E. Cummings. Buffalo Bills debunked. Who used to ride a water-smooth silver stallion, break 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pigeons, just like that. Jesus, he was a handsome man. And what I want to know is, how do you like your blue-eyed boy, Mr. Death?
We got a couple more before we head on to the next one. Oh, we do have a lot. @Blandor V3. Oh, hashtag POL19. As Joseph McCandless, I have to announce the fact that my leg was like a drill, and I forgot 2 of my lines. Don't worry, you still did great. @Luke_Cole_12 says, what's the word mass? Should be filming this. Pentucket High School said, 4th period reciters are the students to beat. They said that they're in awe. And then another one, okay, actually I think that, wait, there's one more. Oh, here we go. Hashtag POL19, good Lord. Everyone look out for Competi Venetti. @Anna Polcari, get ready. Next up we have Riley Roach.
A Poison Tree by William Blake. I was angry with my friend. I told... Can I start over? Okay. I was angry with my friend. I told my wrath did end. I was angry with my foe. I told it not, my wrath did grow. And I watered it in fears, night and morning with my tears, and I sunned it with smiles, and with soft, deceitful wiles, and it grew both day and night, till it bore an apple bright, and my foe beheld it shine, and he knew that it was mine. And into my garden stole, when the night had veiled the pole, in the morning glad I see my foe outstretched beneath the tree.
We have just one more tweet. @Julia_Desmet25, hashtag POL19, get Ben Link up there to do his 22 Jump Street poem. Maybe we'll have to hear that after this round. All right, so we've reached it, the big finale. We have one more, 2 more, no, the last one's not going. We have one more poet, And everyone's been waiting. We can see the anticipation on Twitter. We have Anna Grace Polcari. It's disappointing, but it's understandable. So, if anybody else would like to perform a poem that they have prepared up here, we have a couple more minutes. So, any volunteers? All righty.
This is a work in progress. Slam. Poetry. Yelling. Angry. Waving my hands a lot. Specific point of view on things. Cynthia. Jesus died for our Cynthias. Jesus cried. Runaway bride. Julia Roberts. Julia Rob. Hurts. Cynthia. You are dead. You're dead. Bop bop boop beep. You're dead. As for Cynthia, she's dead.
So the funny thing about that is that's Miss Cromwell's first name, so I really honestly thought he was just telling Miss Cromwell to die. Yeah. Do you have any other poets out here that want to recite their poem? Yeah. Oh, all right, Miss Duclon has her poem.
So when I was 14, my English teacher, Mrs. Garrett, made us memorize a poem every quarter. And I still remember 3 of them, and I'm going to recite one for you now. I think it's kind of cool that at age 44, 30 years later, I still have it memorized. I do want to say I have a cold, so I'm not kind of at my best. So this is When You Are Old by William Butler Yeats. When you are old and gray and full of sleep and nodding by the fire, take down this book and slowly read, and dream of the soft look your eyes had once and of their shadows deep. How many loved your moments of glad grace and loved your beauty with love false or true? But one man loved the pilgrim soul in you and loved the sorrows of your changing face. So bending down beside the glowing bars, murmur a little sadly how love fled and paced upon the mountains overhead and hid its face amid a cloud of stars.
Anybody else out of there want to do their poem? You want it? All right. Annika Ellis is going to come up and perform an original poem of herself that she usually does every year, and it's really good, so listen up.
Thank you, Jack, for volunteering me. So I'm going to read this off my phone, as I have every year since sophomore year. So I'm sorry if you've already heard this once or twice or 3 times. People have a way of believing that they understand the souls of those around them, but there is so much brokenness pushed into the bottom of heaving chests, hidden in dark closets and coated in cobwebs. How could we really know each other? A slowly disintegrating skeleton could be walking next to you and you would not have the slightest idea. I stopped believing in true love at age 6 when my parents got divorced. People are, I had my heart broken by someone who never really cared about me, and it was a long time ago. Someone once mentioned in passing how annoying it was. I don't talk very much at all now. People are, my old best friend was so broken that I let her treat me poorly because her pain was more prominent than mine, and now I don't know how to make myself a priority again. People are, my own grandfather forgot who I was once, and now I am terrified of every day that passes. I am terrified of forgetting my first kiss, my skinned knees, and the way it feels to complete a run. People are, everyone thought I was a bad person, so I became a bad person. People are, I hated myself so much at 10 years old that I stopped eating for 3 months. People are, I can barely drag myself out of bed in the morning because I am tormented by the fear of absolute disaster if one thing goes even slightly wrong. People are, I lost my hope in happy endings when I love you became a lie, and I won't break you turned into a feeling. People are, I get high not because I want to be a bad kid, but because I want to diminish the thoughts trapped inside the constraints of my head. People are, I have a hard time fitting in as one of 2 black students in my class of 2019. I have a hard time fitting in because as a black person living in 21st century America, I am still referred to as an African American and not an American, as if calling a black person what they are is as dirty as calling them black itself. People are, I don't trust a single person because everyone who promised to stay left for someone else. These are the people that you smile at in the hallway, and the people that you pretend you don't see in the hallway. The people who say, good, how are you, when you ask them how they've been. The people who don't say anything when you ask them how they've been. These are the people who you broke. These are the people who broke you. These are the kinds of people who volunteer at animal shelters, and these are the kinds of people who put animals in shelters. These are the people who hide in the bathroom because of whispers, and these are the people who distribute whispers as if they are a pack of gum. These are the people who are mean to the world because the world was mean to them. How could we ever really know each other?
All right, done. Last period. Anybody else? Any other takers? Mine? See, I tried it last period and I forgot it, so. Anybody? Well, I think we're all wrapped up then. Thank you everybody for coming. The 5th period tomorrow will be the final school round. Congrats to all the contestants for getting up here and reciting your poems, and the results will be released soon. Thank you. After 7th period. During 7th period.
Yeah, I'll start. Welcome to 5th period Poetry Out Loud recitations.
Remember to snap, not clap. It's very important. And make sure you share your thoughts on Twitter with the hashtag POL19. And there is a live feed. This is being recorded.
First up, we have Nathan Oliphant.
A Thank You Note by Michael Ryan for John Scoils. My daughter made drawings with the pens you sent, line drawings that suggest the things they represent, different from any drawings she, at 10, had done, closer to real art, implying what the mind fills in. For her mother, she made a flower fragile on its stem. For me, a lion, calm, contained, but not a handsome one. She drew a line for me once before on a get well card and wrote, I must be brave, even when it's hard. Such love is healing, as you know, my friend, especially when it comes unbidden from our children, despite the flaws they see so vividly in us. Who can love you as your child does? Your son so ill, the brutal chemo, his looming loss owning you now, yet you would be this generous to think of my child. With the pens you sent, she has made, I hope, a healing instrument.
Up next, we have Ryan Kennedy.
Acquainted with the Night by Robert Frost. I have been one acquainted with the night. I have walked out in rain and back in rain. I have outwalked the furthest city light. I have looked down the saddest city lane. I have passed by the watchman on his beat and dropped my eyes, unwilling to explain. I have stood still and stopped the sound of feet when far away an interrupted cry came over houses from another street, but not to call me back or to say goodbye. And further still, at an unearthly height, one luminary clock against the sky proclaimed the time was neither wrong nor right. I have been one acquainted with the night.
So up next is Nick Mower, and remember to share your thoughts on Twitter.
Invictus by William Ernest Henley. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade. And yet, the menace of these years finds me, and shall find me, unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
Up next, we have Jesse Colifrath.
Can I start? Yes? Okay. The Season of Phantasmal Peace by Derek Walcott. Then all the nations of birds lifted together the huge net of the shadows of this earth in multitudinous dialects, twittering tongues, stitching and crossing it. They lifted up the shadows of long pines down trackless slopes, the shadows of glass-faced towers down evening streets, the shadow of a frail plant on a city sill. The net rising, soundless as night, the birds' cries soundless, until there was no longer dusk or season, decline or weather, only this passage of phantasmal light, the narrowest shadow dared to sever. And men could not see, looking up, what the wild geese drew, what the ospreys trailed behind them in silvery ropes that flashed in the icy sunlight. They could not hear battalions of starlings waging peaceful cries, bearing the net higher, covering this world like the vines of an orchard, or a mother drawing the trembling gauze over the trembling eyes of a child fluttering to sleep. It was the light that you will see at evening on the side of a hill in yellow October, and no one hearing knew what change had brought into the ravens cawing, the killdeer's screech, the ember-circling chuff, such an immense, soundless, and high concern for the fields and cities where the birds belong, except it was their seasonal passing. Love, made seasonless, or from the high privilege of their birth, something brighter than pity for the wingless ones below them, who shared dark holes in windows and in houses. And higher they lifted the net, with soundless voices, above all change, betrayals of falling suns. And the season lasted one moment, like the pause between dusk and darkness, between fury and peace. But, for such as our earth is now, it lasted long.
And now up next we have Porter Renko.
The Donkey by G.K. Chesterton. Some moment when when fishes flew and forests walked, and figs grew upon thorn. Some moment when the moon was blood, then I was surely born, with monstrous head and sickening cry, and ears like errant wings, the devil's walking parody on all four-footed things, the tattered outlaw of the earth, of ancient crooked will. Starved, scourged, ride me, I am dumb, I keep my secret still. Fools, for I also had my hour, one far fierce hour and sweet. There was a clap about my ears and palms before my feet.
Up next, we have Maddie Conover.
At Cross Purposes by Samuel Manesh. Is this writing mine? Whose name is this? Did I underline what I was to miss? An upheaval of leaves enlightens the trees, rooted it receives, gusts on a spree. Beauty makes me sad, makes me grieve, I see what I must leave. Scaffold gallows, do whose will, who hallows wood, to build, kill. Blind man anvil, no hammer strikes, your eyes are spikes.
Up next is Jack Leclerc.
The Negro Speaks of Rivers by Langston Hughes. I've known rivers ancient as the world and older than the flow of human blood in human veins. My soul has grown deep like the rivers. I bathed in the Euphrates when dawns were young. I built my hut near the Congo and it lulled me to sleep. I looked upon the Nile and raised the pyramids above it. I heard the singing of Mississippi when Abe Lincoln went down to New Orleans, and I watched his muddy bosom grow all golden in the sunset. I've known rivers, ancient dusky rivers. My soul has grown deep like the rivers.
Up next, we've got Pete DiAgostino.
How's everybody doing? Good. I'm going to be reading Peligro by Stuart Dybek. Fire ran horrified from its ashes. In the afterglow, cinematic shadows fled from flesh and blood. Scars appeared, followed years later by their wounds. Blinks of red, dinged relentlessly, but there was nowhere to stop for the train pulling its wreckage. Thank you.
Up next is Gray Shrushala.
Prince by Joseph Bruchac. Seeing photos of ancestors a century past is like looking at your own fingerprints. Circles and lines you can't recognize until someone else, with a stranger's eye, looks close and says that's you.
Up next, we've got Michaela Lawless.
The Obligation to be Happy by Linda Paston. It is more onerous than the rights of beauty, of housework, harder than love, but you expect it of me casually, the way you expect the sun to come up, not in spite of the rain or clouds, but because of them. And so I smile, as if my own fidelity to sadness were a hidden vice, that downward tug of my mouth, my old suspicions that health and love are brief irrelevancies, no more than laughter in the warm dark, strangled at dawn. Happiness. I try to hoist it upon my narrow shoulders again, a knapsack heavy with gold coins. I stumble around the house, bump into things. Only Midas himself would understand.
And now up next, we have Zach Haynes.
This poem is read in honor of the 15 million who died over 100 years ago, including the poet. The Last Laugh by Wilfred Owen. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm hit, he said and died, whether he vainly cursed or prayed indeed. The bullets chirped in vain, vain, vain. The machine guns chuckled tut-tut, tut-tut, and the big gun guffawed. Another sighed, oh, mother, mother, dad, then smiled at nothing, childlike, being dead. And the lofty shrapnel cloud leisurely gestured. Fool! And the splinters spat and tittered. My love, one moaned. Love languid seemed his mood, till slowly lowered, his whole face kissed the mud. And the bayonet's long teeth grinned, and the rabbles of shells hooted and groaned, and the gas hissed.
Last but not least, we have Devin Luongo.
Are we required to use the mic too? All right. We good to go? All right. From Space to Time by Carolyn M. Rogers. On a day when we were dark and not so full of light, we met. What did we find? Nothing. Everything when we closed our eyes, which anyway had never been open. Once we thought we loved each other. Who can reverse time? We tried. We stepped out of space into some new step of distance and fell, and not in love.
Thank you.
Make sure you tweet the hashtag POL19 about your thoughts on this poetry out loud. Does anyone want to come up and say their poem?
Please.
No one?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Those Winter Sundays by Robert Hayden. Sundays, too, my father got up early and put his clothes on in the blue-black cold. Then, with cracked hands that ached from labor in the weekday weather, made banked fires blaze. No one ever thanked him. I'd wake and hear the cold splintering, breaking. When the rooms were warm, he'd call, and slowly I would rise and dress, fearing the chronic angers of that house, speaking indifferently to him who had driven out the cold and polished my good shoes as well. What did I know? What did I know of love's austere and lonely offices?
Hold on. My Darling Turns to Poetry at Night by Anthony Lawrence. My darling turns to poetry at night. What began as a flirtation, an aside, between abstract expression and first light, now finds form as a silent, startled flight of commas on her face, a breath, a word. My darling turns to poetry at night. Her heartbeat is a metaphor, a late bloom of red flowers that refuse to fade. My darling turns to poetry at night. I watch her turn. I do not sleep. I wait for a sign that fear has died between abstract expression and first light. Her dreams have night vision, and in her sight, our bodies leave ghost prints on the bed. My darling turns to poetry at night, between abstract expression and first light.
The Enigma by Anne Stevenson. Falling to sleep last night in a deep crevasse between one rough dream and another, I seemed still awake to be stranded on a stony path, and there the familiar enigma presented itself in the shape of a little trembling lamb. It was lying like a pearl in the trough between one Welsh slab and another, and it was crying. I looked around, as anyone would, for its mother. Nothing was there. What did I know about lambs? Should I pick it up, carry it? Where? It wasn't so easy to imitate the Good Shepherd in that faded framed Sunday school picture, filtering now through the dream's daguerreotype. With the wind fallen and the moon swollen to the full, small white doubles of the creature at my feet flared like candles in the creases of the night. Where could they all have come from? A second look, and the bleeding lambs were now birds, kittiwakes nesting, clustered on a cliff face, fixing on me their dark, accusing eyes. They had a kind of imperative not to touch them, but to be of them, whatever they were. Now lambs, now birds, now floating points of light, fireflies signaling how many lost New England summers. One form, now another, one configuration, now another. Like fossils locked deep in the folds of my brain, outliving a time by telling its story, like stars.
No, it's not inappropriate. I just didn't even know it from my own classroom.
I bet you I can get the first stanza. All right, check. Whoa. How's that sound? Right about here? All right. I don't even remember the name of it, actually. After the Winter by Claude McKay. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. So, someday, when the trees have shed their leaves, and against the morning's white, the shivering birds beneath the eaves have sheltered for the night. We'll turn our faces southward, love, toward the summer's isle. Line? Anybody? Somebody. There's like 3 people in my class who had it. Nobody? Line. Summer's Isle. That's about all I got. They signed me up for this. Thank you.
Go.
Thank you, 5th period. Join us tomorrow in the auditorium. Yeah.
Life. Life.
I was fine when you held my hand. I was fine when you pulled me down. You said the stars would answer. You said our prayers were written down. I was fine when you pulled me in. We were forced to be human, and then the world came after, and I had never questioned it. And they said it was wrong. Started it all.
Hi, welcome everyone. Welcome to the Poetry Out Loud semifinals. So we're on live feed right now, and there's a hashtag POL19, so you can tweet out to Poetry Out Loud, and we might just read a few of them on air. So tomorrow is the finals of the Poetry Out Loud competition, and that will be 5th period, so if you're interested, just show up. And so stay silent when people are reciting, and remember, we snap, not clap. And so first up, we have Ben Brookhart.
The End of the World by Zana Goya. We're going, they said, to the end of the world. So they stopped the car where the river curled, and we scrambled down beneath the bridge on the gravel track of a narrow ridge. We tramped for miles on a wooded walk where dog hobble grew on its twisted stalk. Then we stopped to rest on the pine needle floor while 2 ospreys watched from an oak by the shore. We came to a bend where the river grew wide, and green mountains rose on the opposite side. My guides moved back, I stood alone as the current streaked over smooth, flat stone. Shelf by stone shelf the river fell, the white water goose-tailed with eddying swell. Faster and louder the current dropped till it reached a cliff and the trail stopped. I stood at the edge where the mist ascended, my journey done where the world had ended. I looked downstream, there was nothing but sky, the sound of the water, and the water's reply.
Let's see if there's any tweets. So there are none currently. So next up, we have Gwen Fano.
I feel like this is a little high.
Okay. Think of a sheep knitting a sweater. Think of your life getting better and better. Think of your cat asleep in a tree. Think of that spot where you once skinned your knee. Think of a bird that stands in your palm. Try to remember the 21st Psalm. Think of a big pink horse galloping south. Think of a fly and close your mouth. If you feel thirsty, then drink from your cup. The birds will keep singing until they wake up.
Okay, so Zach Montecalvo said, cool stuff I'm hearing, hashtag impressed. Okay, so next up, we have Kara Keene.
And Soul by Evan Boland. My mother died one summer, the wettest in the records of the state. Crops rotted in the west, checked tablecloths dissolved in back gardens. Empty deck chairs collected rain. As I took my way to her, through traffic, through lilacs dripping blackly, behind houses and on curbsides, to pay her the last tribute of a daughter, I thought of something I remembered. I had heard once that the body is, or is said to be, almost all water. And as I turned southward, that ours is a city of it, one in which every single day the elements begin a journey towards each other that will never, given our weather, fail. The ocean visible in the edges cut by it, cloud color reaching into air, the Liffey storing one and summoning the other, salt greeting the lack of it at the north wall, and, as if that wasn't enough, all of it ending up almost every evening inside our speech. Coast, canal, ocean, river, stream, and now mother. And I drove on, and although the mind is unreliable in grief, at the next cloudburst it almost seemed that they could be shades of each other, the way the body is of every one of them. And now they were on the move again. Fog into mist, mist into sea spray, and both into the oily glaze that lay on the railings of the house she was dying in as I went inside.